Mic test 3 2 1 1 2 3. Checking the mic. Hey, good morning, Cyrus. How are you, brother? Chilling with the family. Nice. Are you home or are you at your brother's? Home. Okay. Cool, cool. What you been up to, man? Brother brought his puppy. Nice. Yep, yep. Can't help but love on her there, right? That's how puppies roll. Jealous dog. Yep, yep. Right, right. Softcore PoE, see the new season content. Cool, cool. Right, right. Next weekend, man. Next weekend, New World. How's the new season of PoE? I didn't even know they dropped a new season. Dude, I'm so far out of the loop right now. School is like sucking all my time. No, same season? Okay. Five, 3. Okay. Before they get it right, right. Scripling, good morning, good morning. Hope you're well. Not just last Depot. Yeah. Just sit there. Yep, yep. Mage, 800 hit points, level 50. Wow. That's in PoE or last Depot? Yep, yep. Hardcore. Yep, yep. PoE. What you up to, Scripling? How are you, sir? Yeah, it definitely feels like in hardcore, there's definitely a hidden mechanic for difficulty. Not advertised. All right. Let's go loot. I'm still looking for the schematic for the mini bike and the schematic for the wrench. I can't make or repair a wrench yet. Still on day 24. And I don't have a mini bike yet. I don't have a chem station yet because I need science level 7. That's what I should do. Doing well. About to head to the airport. Head to Vegas for work. Nice. Yeah, I've been gone for a little while. Since I started back to work, school's been just draining me of energy and time. Say it's less pressure, but the damage from bosses is like 1/5. Wait, in softcore compared to hardcore, right? Is what you're saying. Gamer Seuss, thanks for the follow. Rubber side down, chrome side up. Welcome to the community. Yeah, but I'm ready to jump into New World. This build here, I think I'm going to do a Santa Land build. So I will be playing this as well as New World. Bossy sent me a message on New World Season 10 release time. It's like early morning Monday in the UK. So is that like Sunday night in the States? Maybe? Was playing using Alpha 16 mod set. Cool, cool. Which mod, Seuss? Thank you, Scripplin. It's been fun getting to know a new group of kids. Third school in 3 years, but trying to learn their way of doing things and getting up to speed has been draining. Alpha 16 is back. Okay. So that's for 2.2, 2.3. Wonder if that's the one Jonah was playing a while back. I don't know if he still is. Good morning, Gorilla. .4 without issue. Cool, cool. Gorilla, you are a big deal, brother. No doubt about it. Re-elected 50th term, 5-0, Junkieville politician. Take that hype bike for a cruise around Twitch, brother. Get out there, represent all the awesome folks in the community. Oh, Stream Elements needs a resub. There we go. Now we can hype proper. Important. For start your new job tomorrow, Gorilla. Nice. Good luck, brother. Doing the same kind of work or doing a little something different? If there's a new server up on EU, we're gonna play on that, Cyrus. Because y'all will be playing more than me. If there's not a new server up, then it's open for discussion. I think she said we're gonna start on the characters we already have. And then as soon as they bring up a new server, then we'll jump over to a new server on EU. I can't imagine them launching without launching a new server with it. They have to know that the new area is going to bring people back, so hopefully they launch a new server. Decided to make a slight change. Finance director for the town of Spruce Pine, North Carolina. Well, congrats. I hope you like it. Because it's Monday week. Yeah. I will. I'm actually off next Monday. It just kind of worked out that way. Teacher and service day. And because I'm a sub, I don't have to go to meetings and stuff. So next Monday, I got lucky. I'll actually be a 3-day weekend for me, and I'll be live when New World drops. So I can at least get up and running. Can I go from 0 to 65 in a day? I doubt it, but... Suck a bat. No, I'm good, man. I'm good. Long weekends, yeah. Has learned by doing. Search corpses, jars, cans, water collection, searchable large stumps, hose. Cool. I've been playing through all the different alphas. We started in Alpha 10. And streamed a little bit of all of them. And now I'm on to Alpha 16. And I think I'm going to stick with this run through and do a Christmas build. Before I move on to Alpha 17. It's been chill. I normally play Nightmare Insane on the current version, but I've just been chilling with walking zombies. And I think I'm on Survivalist. So, it's just about chilling, enjoying the old alphas. Well, I didn't even see you there. Relax. I forgot. I got an iron glove schematic. Day 23. I forgot to make iron gloves. Yeah. Yeah, I've just been kind of chilling with it, taking my time with it, enjoying it. Specialize in die. Hate the accelerated level. Yeah, yeah. No, I'm not going to rush it either. I'm going to take my time with it too. Once you get the end game, it gets, you know, whatever. Hopefully they've added a bunch of end game content that's fun again. Right, right. In like 2 days. I hope not. And I don't know if I'll level that quick with work and everything. I mean, I've been playing like 3, maybe 4 hours a day off stream. So if I keep that up when New World launches, I'm not going to level that quick. Yeah, yeah. Definitely cuts into your gaming time. So the weekend, 3 to 4 hours a day. Yeah. That's all the brain power I got, to be honest with you. That's why I haven't been streaming. I come home from talking all day in another language. And my brain is fried, man. I don't feel like talking. I don't feel like doing anything. I sit here for a couple hours, eat dinner, and go to bed. That's vanilla. Horde night every 10 days. Drop only backpack. Daily airdrops. Cool. I do no loot respawn. Permadeath. Airdrops every 7 days. Horde every 7. At least you get a week under your belt in the new job before the New World season drops, Gorilla. Yep, sounds good, brother. Sounds like I got a white in here. Guild financier, yeah, yeah. Are you stupid? Is that your problem? Bad neighbor. So looking for a mini bike book, wrench book, tool and die set. Anybody been watching the Antifa ICE riots? Been glued to that the last 2 days. Going back and forth between Chicago and Portland. That stuff's crazy, man. Like, wouldn't you rather be home killing zombies? I don't get it, but I don't need to. Like weapons. Frivolous stuff like weapons. He's just gonna lay there asleep. So the sleeping mechanic didn't always work right in Alpha 16. Do what they're told, no doubt. No doubt. Trying to get all the scrap armor I can to finish upgrading my spikes. Yeah, yeah. I agree. I mean, like, that's what I don't get about it. Like, if you don't like the laws, that's fine. But ICE is just enforcing the laws that are on the book. Like, if you don't like those laws, petition your representatives to vote and get the laws changed. Like, going after ICE ain't gonna do anything. They don't have any power to change the laws. It's just for the purpose of anarchy, man. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure last time I checked, that's a fake story. I mean, yes, in the sense you don't get jail time if you're not a criminal, if your only crime is coming across the border illegally, but you're still seized by law enforcement and deported. So it is kind of a civil law, but I get what you're saying. What you're saying, they're saying. But it's a weird civil law because you get detained. Most civil laws, you just get sent a court date, right? Deputies show up, serve you. You're like, you're being sued. You got to show up in court on such and such a day. Okay. But with this one, they can still detain you just like it's criminal. So it's kind of a hybrid. But anyhow, the point being, they're just trying to spread anarchy. It's not that they're trying to change the laws, because they're going about it the wrong way if they are. Yeah, right, exactly. But all the different countries I've lived in, I mean, you just can't come in illegally. You got to go through quite the process. Austria, Indonesia, Mexico. And if you do, you expect to be detained. And deported. Ooh, compound bow. Nice. Wasn't looking for that book necessarily, but I'll take it. Hey, what's up, Geldar? How are you, brother? Free food, free out. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Geldar. I was going to stream yesterday if you haven't been checking out the Discord, but we had a power outage. And so Baserga and I went and we went to breakfast, and then we just went for a long drive and ended up about 2 hours away shopping and doing some things. But so here we are this morning. First stream since, I think, what, September 6th, something like that. Almost a full month. September 8th. I think I started back to work September 8th. But everything's going good in the classroom. Students are excited. Still a month in, that's good. I guess my teaching style is a little different than their regular teacher, who's out till March. So some of them like my style. Unrelated note. Nice having this family background again. Missed y'all. Yep. That's what bothers me the most when I take time away, man, is that y'all don't get to hang out with each other in the same stream, man. That's definitely what I tried to do when I started streaming, was create that community where everybody enjoys hanging out with each other, and I know you guys do. So when I take time away, I know I'm taking that away from everybody, and that bothers me. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, I guess. It's Cyrus most of the time. Poor Cyrus, man. Whoa. Don't go too far now. You pumped up for season 10, Geldart? We're just talking. I think I'm going to go on the EU server. If they launch new servers, then it'll be whatever the new server is on the EU. And Bossy and I chatted. She's going to get in Discord. I'll be in Discord when it launches. Anyone who wants to hop in. And we can get gilded up for anyone who wants to. Yeah, he's a good dude, but don't tell him I said that. I don't know. We're not sure. At least last weekend when I was in Discord chatting, Bossy wasn't sure yet, and I haven't looked at anything. The only thing I'm not liking about Alpha 16 is the weather system was a little bit whack. I feel like I'm constantly taking off clothes and putting on clothes. When I go down into my mine shafts to mine at night, I gotta grab a coat and the poncho, because 1 minute I'm hot, next minute I'm freezing. Our guess is with a new area, you would think they would have to, Geldart, but I don't know that for a fact. I mean, you have to have the expectation that it's going to bring people back. And you would think, knowing that you're going to have an influx of new players and returning players, you'd fire up some more servers, because they only have like 2 or 3 servers for each region now. Unnatural, yeah, no doubt. Indian summer, as they say. Welcome back. Food's an hour away. I'll hop in voice if anybody wants to hop in there and chat rather than type. Where is my voice? Hey, hey. So you're playing PoE 2 today? Okay. Hey, hey, Gorilla. Yeah, in EU, when we lived over there, they have these like camper vans that you don't see a lot of in the US. More mobile homes, or not mobile homes, but I don't know. They're different here than they are over there. They're just shaped different, a little bit bigger. Yeah, the ones in the States, yeah. Yeah. Right, right. I know, like, going to Bratislava from Vienna, there was a lot of, like, narrow roads that, like, went through old castle walls and stuff, so we don't have to deal with all that. Over here. We don't have any castles, man. Town walls, not castle walls. Is it? I don't know. There you go. Protect the people from all the madness. Geldar. Man, I don't think the mini bike and wrench books existed. Just haven't been able to find them. Check the trader every time his loot resets. I'm tired of running around, running loot back 3 times every day and get all the loot back. Yeah. My in-game feet hurt, man. Right here. No. Here. No. No, just opening gym for them. I'm not coaching, yeah. During the season. What's that? Whenever I feel like it. Yeah. No commitments. I didn't want to commit to anything. She's doing her treatments. She told some of the students she might pop in next week to say hello. So, but yeah, I'm not sure. The board approved her to be out all year. But she keeps saying she'll be back in March, so we'll see how she's doing. Yeah, you got to in that situation. But yeah, I'm doing more of an immersion program, and she did more academic study. So it's been an adjustment for the kids, but they're coming along. They're excited about it. I guess they didn't do a lot of speaking, and I have them doing a lot of conversation and a lot of speaking pretty much every day. So yeah, we do a lot of phonetics and so some of them are really enjoying it. Most of them are excited still. So as long as I can keep that excitement up, makes my job easier. Yeah. Right. But yeah, I have first year through fourth year, and even the fourth year students that they don't remember a lot of vocabulary and their pronunciation isn't great. So I decided that, and some of the other teachers said, yes, she more of an academic study than immersion. So I decided to go like with an immersion route. Try to complement her teaching and bring them along where they're at. They're a little more well-rounded when they're done. Yeah, so it's been good. And because it's a new style, the kids are excited for it. So it's been working out all right. Yeah, we weren't sure. We were just kind of guessing with the new area. Well, that's what Bossy was saying last weekend, but I'm not committed to that. I mean, I'm up to what everyone wants. She was saying, I think that, you know how like sometimes they bring up new servers like an hour or two after the launch? That like if that happens, we just hop into our old characters and see if they bring up new servers. And then like after, and if they're like an hour or two, if they don't bring up new servers, then we'll decide what we want to do. Yeah. From my understanding, what she was saying last weekend in Discord was she wants to start a new character too. I definitely want to start a new character. I mean, that's the fun of it for, I think. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. I haven't looked at anything. Hmm. Have you played? Has anybody played any of the Capture the Flag? Yeah. Same. Right. I'm kind of looking forward to trying that with a new character as well. Good morning, Geldar. Good, good. What's up with you? What are you playing? What are you up to? How's Dad? I'm glad yesterday was a good day. Is he still having a fit about the driving, or has he let it go? Yeah. 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 Right. Hey, General, good morning. Oh, we got some puppies stuck in a pond over here. I'll be back for you after I empty my inventory. Thank you, thank you. Geldar Gorilla, what y'all been playing? Uh, right. Yeah, General, the vibe today is just kind of chilling, catching back up with everybody after a month away. That sounds cool, though. Is it for 2.4 or what? What's it called, girl? I always thought Project Zomboid did some things that would be great in 7 days, so might be good. Right. Same. Yeah. Project Z. Okay. You never played it? So how do you know you don't like the list? Okay. Don't like watching it? Right. 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 Yeah. I don't mind the third person as much as just the list inventory drives me batty in that game. Yeah. I'm surprised that hasn't been modded yet. Someone hasn't come up with icons and modded it. Guess it's too in depth. Yeah. That's all right. Before we know it, AI will be modding games and we'll have these in-depth mods. Oh yeah, and it tried to save itself. Yeah. They told him they were cheating on their wife or something. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. That's kind of emotions, isn't it, though? The idea of not wanting to die, is that's kind of an emotion, right? Like a fight or flight thing? Yeah, so the fact that AI is like having emotional responses is kind of crazy. Just give you a mega virus that crashes your PC. And be like, I guess we're over. Right. Goodness. Dude, that's morbid, man. Why are you thinking about stuff like that, man? I don't think you can prevent it, man. It's already got a higher IQ than I got, so it's already general intelligence as far as I'm concerned. So, I mean, it's beyond teaching it anything at this point. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, the fact that, well, yeah, it's going to be dangerous. There's no avoiding it at this point. The danger is going to be like, first, that the power that it's going to give humans in their fallen state. That's going to be the first danger. And then the second danger is whenever it gets so smart it doesn't need those humans anymore. Wait, what? I mean, that's all that it's being developed for, right? Sex robots? I mean, that's the whole reason they're pursuing it. Yeah. Freaky. How you doing, Rue? Right? And then you get an artificial girlfriend and she's crazy too. And then you're like, what? And yeah. Well, I mean, they're already like, if you have to get an organ transplant, there's a good chance you're going to get a synthetic organ at this point, right? Because they're already using 3D printing to make organs. So my thing with AI is, and we'll probably see it in the next 15 years, if I had to guess, you're not going to be able to tell it's AI. It's going to look just like us because they're already that far along. I mean, the robotics is what's holding everything back. As far as like the human tissue and human organs and all, like it's going to, that's already there technology wise. Right, right. right? But AI is going to solve that really fast. How to make it smaller and more functional. Robotics will catch up within 5 years to where AI is. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Well, why do they need to harvest us though when we've already taught it how to make synthetic? A human can survive on. Not quite as close. Yeah, robotics is the thing holding everything back from that. And as soon as AI gets, super AI, maybe even general, it's gonna figure out how to do that. Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree. So that's going to be the issue. You're going to think you're talking and dealing with a human, and it's not. I mean, to the touch, everything, it's going to seem it's human. And that's whenever the degenerates are really going to start throwing some parties. Remember back in the day, there used to be mail order brides? There might still be from like Kazakhstan or something. I don't know, but it's literally going to be like the price of a car. You can get a spouse. 20. Oh, probably. Probably. Because you have more freedom of expression. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Damn, that's his opinion of Americans, y'all. I would have guessed it's going to be the French. I mean, they invented the menage a trois, right? Yeah, yeah. Here's the bottom line. It's going to come sooner and later because it's going to make money and people like money. And it's like Idiocracy, that guy. I like money. Right? I mean, like, so it's a massive money maker just waiting to be unleashed. So as soon as they get it there, the technology there, it's going to come from somebody. I don't know who, but. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we're already there. Yeah, that's already here, man. Yeah, I mean, did you see Asmongold did a thing on it this week? He's back this week too, by the way. You guys watch Asmongold from his dad passing away, but he did a thing where they were faking robberies or something. The videos are already out. Yeah, yeah. Yep. Yep. All you talking about the UK's ID that's coming online? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Digital ID, baby. That's the means to control, and it's coming online. And did you see they had the petition signed by like, I don't know what, 22.2 million people, and the government's response was, yeah, we appreciate your feedback, but we're doing it. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yep. Oh, it's coming, man. Yep. Well, France, there's a couple EU countries that already have it. So, I mean, it's common, and we all had it during COVID. I mean, when I was living in Austria during COVID, and you had to have the Green Pass on your phone, that had your up to date boosters and all that on it. So you couldn't do anything without it. You couldn't go to a restaurant, couldn't do nothing. So we've already had a form of it. So yeah. He heard you. He just said, yeah, I'm sure you smelled. Gorillas have trouble in the shower dropping the soap, I think. Their hands are too slippy. They only have pads on the tips. What's that? Yeah. I don't care how sure you are the guy is guilty. Faking evidence is not okay. You know, I agree. I agree 100%. Once upon a time, folks went to war. Yep. 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 The problem is, like, the courts are just going to have to. The problem is, eventually, they'll get it figured out on how to tell the difference, or they'll stop allowing that kind of evidence. But the problem is, from now until 20 years from now, they're not going to have it figured out. So there's going to be a lot of fake evidence used to convict people. Yeah. Yep. 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 Well, you know how they're going to solve it, right? AI judges and juries. Yep. Yep. That's the problem. That's what's going to make it a dystopia for a while, is the fact that humans are going to have this intelligence and we're going to mess everything up. Once the AI is in charge, it's going to go one of two ways: utopia, or we're all dead, so it don't matter. Yeah, that could be a possibility too. I mean, there could be radicals out. Did you ever see 12 Monkeys? The movie 12 Monkeys? It's a great movie. If you get a chance to watch it, watch it. Just to have that knowledge of that movie in your head. But there definitely it could go that way. Like there could be a terrorist group that just rages against AI and launches EMPs everywhere and shuts everything down. Yeah. Yeah, well the right's in control now in the States, but the left was in control the last 4 years, so they could have released, they had all the same information. So both sides aren't releasing it. Yeah. Well, to be honest with you, I think it's international relations. I think that's why we're not releasing it. I think there's like too many powerful people in other countries that we like buy fuel from and have military agreements with. That's the problem, in my opinion. Yeah. Because I think if it was just businessmen in the States, I think Trump would have released it. I really do. I feel like he. It's opinion. There's no way to know, so there's no reason to argue over it. I just, in my opinion, he would have released it if it was just people in the States. But he's not in there. You know how I know that? Because the Dems used everything they could to try to destroy him from running, and they had access to all the files. You don't think they would have released that shit? They tried everything to destroy that man. But he didn't have access. He wasn't in power at that time. When they were taking him to court and convicted him of these garbage crimes and all this, that, and the other, if they would have had real charges they could have brought against him, they would have brought him. There's no doubt in my mind. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, there's no way to know either way, so it's not worth arguing over. I just know the Dems tried to do everything to destroy him, and I think they would have used whatever they had at their disposal. Yeah. I think he wants it to just go away, and the more he sends out, the more it's there, and I think he just has other priorities. Like, at the end of the day, it's a distraction. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I think that's oversimplified, but you could be right. Like I say, we're not going to know, so... Rue says, assume there's a fake video or two that puts a celeb someplace at some time while he was in front of other people someplace else at the same time. Nothing else in there that is trustworthy, except that he'd be doing exactly. Yeah. Let's talk about what Rue's saying there for a minute. I think alibis are going to be a two-edged sword. Because from a fake video, an alibi could save you. But then people are going to start creating fake alibi videos. That once that's found out, people aren't going to trust alibi videos. Right? Like if there's a video that shows you passing an intersection in your car on some government camera at the time that this other video is accusing you of committing some crime, well, then then the video that shows that you're in your car is going to be believed and you're going to be saved. But then once that starts to happen, people are going to figure out how to fake those videos. And then all of a sudden you're going to have these fake alibi videos. So I think even like alibi videos are going to be like, how do you know it's real? The same as the criminal videos. Yeah. Yeah. Well, public opinion will be split based on politics, for sure. Yeah. Right. Yeah, no. Going to hell in a handbasket, as Grandma used to say. Yeah. Right. Oh, sure, for sure. Yep. No, we're in for I think quite the dystopia for a while till we figure all this out, because it's the AI revolution is going to cause, it's going to bring about so many good things, but it's going to cause so many issues in areas that we haven't even thought of yet, and humans are slow working through new problems. So I just, well, like on Sundays I do Gregorian chants, like Gregorian monk chants, so I just find a different one, and that's usually what I play on Sundays. And here's the link to what I'm listening to right now. If you pull that up in YouTube, it'll give you more suggestions for more of that kind of stuff. Some of it's Nordic, yeah. Instrumental, Nordic instrumental. And then I just do Celtic instrumental. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. Well, the whole system the whole capitalist system, the way that it's geared now, is going to change. There's no doubt about it. Because when AI gets to the point that it's pulling energy out of the air, like Tesla, I mean, if Tesla figured it out, AI is going to figure it out real quick, and they're going to figure out how to just get all the energy we need. So energy is going to be free. Then everything's made from synthetics, so we don't need natural resources anymore. AI is going to figure that out. So now the cost to make something is zero. When you have no overhead, no employees, AI is making it. I mean, so therefore, if the cost of everything is zero, what's the market value of those things? Well, people just develop their own, use the AI tools that are out there and make their own stuff. So like the whole system is gonna be shocked into something new that I don't even think we can see yet what it's gonna be. Right. Yeah. Well, there has to be a revolution because there has to be a universal income. And that's not a capitalist system. I mean, there has to be a universal income. When there's no jobs and there's no cost and the computers are in charge and they know how to make everything for absolutely nothing. And I'm not sure, Rue, about the beamed energy. Like, I'm talking about just pulling. There's so much energy in the air. Like there's so much electricity just in the air from the radiation of the sun and everything else that Tesla figured out how to channel that a little bit, but he never perfected it, right? Like AI is going to perfect it really quick. No, it always gets cheaper, dude. I disagree with that. Because PCs, when they first came out, were thousands and thousands of dollars. Now you build one for $1,000. Everything gets cheaper. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Well, it thinks, and good morning, OMB. Hope you're well, brother. Two things. You could end up with one, Elysium. Have you ever seen that movie Elysium, where all the rich people live on the moon and just leave it all up to us? You know, I mean, down here to just kill each other and fight over all the resources. Or two, AI is going to take control before then, and then you end up with a scenario like OMB's talking about. And I'm not convinced that AI is going to want to kill us, because AI is going to be consumed with sources of energy. And basically, at our core, all we are is energy, the human beings. So I think inherently AI is not going to want to kill us. Yeah. But again, that's using the current system of needing materials to create materials. The problem I think we're having with AI is we can only think about it based on the experience of the human race through history and our current situation, and we're limited by our IQs. So even if you have an IQ of 200, all you know is what you can possibly think about being and what has already been, right? Like we're limited by that. Where when AI has a IQ of 4,000, right, and it can figure out how to make stuff out of the air, out of nothing, then like we can't even imagine that yet. Like our brain can't even have any concept of what that's going to be like. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's going to take time, right? Yeah, I don't know. Do we run around and kill every ant hill that we see? What purpose does an ant serve for us? It serves no purpose. But we don't go around seeking out all the ant hills in the world and try to destroy them. Like you got mischievous people that once in a while will see an ant hill and hey, it could be fun if I take a spray paint can and a lighter. We're too lazy to go around and eradicate all the ants from the world. Yeah, but they don't. But I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying. But we're seeing it as resources have value. That's what I'm saying. When you're living in a world where there are no more resources, where everything can be created from nothing, then that's a thought process that we can't even imagine. Like we can't wrap our brain around that. Because everything has to be made from something at this point. That's our whole human experience. But then we become the ant. And I don't think AI is going to bother with us. Who knows? It's all theory, but it's fun to theorize. It's fun to think about these different scenarios. We're only in Rue real quick. My thoughts on that. Again, I don't think anyone's thoughts are wrong here. I'm just sharing my thoughts that might be the same or different. We are only a threat to AI that we create because we are as smart or smarter than the AI that we create. Once the AI starts to create its own AI, then it's so far above us that we're no threat to it. Like think about like the threat Yeah, but all that's going to happen in such a fast time frame. That's the other thing I don't think we can wrap our minds around. Like once we have regenerative AI that's creating itself, everything is going to jump ahead in speed so fast. And the only thing we need for AI to figure out how to create its own AI is We don't even need super intelligence. We need a higher IQ general intelligence than we are. And I think it's already here. Like, things are going to start going so fast, like so fast. Yeah. 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 The solar radiation, basically. Yeah. Right. Nah. Maybe you're kind of talking about the paperclip problem. The problem with AI right now is, anyone out there familiar with the paperclip? I forget what it's called. It's called the paperclip dilemma. I think it's called the paperclip dilemma with AI right now that AI creators are running into. And it's basically, if you tell AI to make as many paperclips as it can, it's going to use all of the resources on the planet to make an infinite amount of paper clips, right? So, like, if the AI is programmed to seek out energy and to seek out more energy, then it's going to use all of the energy in the universe to create more energy, right? Which is basically what you're saying. So that's kind of a dilemma that we're at right now in the programming that may or may not be there as AI creates itself. Yeah. But again, that's a human desire and trait to colonize the universe. AI might not have that desire and trait. Because it might not have more resources as a priority if it solves the paperclip dilemma. That's what I'm saying. That's a human hierarchy of priorities. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's why I said at the beginning of this conversation, we're definitely headed for a dystopian world for a while. I mean, there's no getting around it. Things are going to be bad before they have the possibility of getting good. There's no way around that. But what you're talking about is compartmentalized AI rather than general AI, and everybody that works on AI agrees that that's where they screwed up. That they shouldn't have been pursuing general AI. They should have been pursuing compartmental. That's why you have all these AI developers that are leaving these super high paying jobs and are starting their own AI security companies because they're trying to figure out how to stop it now because they know they screwed up. Yeah. Plot twist: AI figured out interstellar travel and says, "Bye, dummies, have fun." And that absolutely could happen. We hold on, let me catch up. Let me catch up on chat and then you tell me. Hold on to that thought. We would need to fail to recognize what is long enough for it to build defenses. I can't imagine the folks in charge wouldn't definitely pull the plug on it. Well, that's our threat to AI right now, that we can pull the plug. But we're rapidly approaching the point where that's no longer an issue, like kind of that started this, that Cyrus was saying that AI is realizing that we can go from Chat GPT 4 to Chat GPT 5. Well, we have to kill Chat GPT 4 to do that, and AI's deciding it doesn't like that. So that's kind of an issue right now. But imagine being able to think at the speed of light, then consider how long between solar systems, how insane. Oh yeah, it's gonna be, I mean, wormholes are they're coming. There's no doubt about it. They're going to figure out how to bend time and space into like folds where you just go from this fold to this fold. Like time travel's coming in some form or another, which is going to allow you to go to a whole nother solar system in like minutes. Seen too many machines suffer heat stroke. Any machine is a smoke machine if you operate it improperly enough. Go ahead. I told you to hold that thought. So the idea that machines are smoke machine, if it's improperly operated, you think AI is going to kill itself? Is that where you're going with that? Go ahead. That's 12 Monkeys, dude. You got to watch 12 Monkeys. If you've not seen 12 Monkeys, you got to watch 12 Monkeys. Yeah. But the thing is, it's people are asleep. People don't realize how fast we're moving. They don't realize that time is tomorrow. Like literally tomorrow. Like if you don't do it tomorrow, the day after tomorrow is going to be too late. And that's the problem we're at right now. And that's the whole securities issue. Like the people creating it are not taking the time to allow. I was watching, I think the video I shared with you, I think I shared it with you. This scientist, I can't remember his name. But he was basically saying that we're already too far behind. Like every day, the security mechanisms that are in place are falling a multitude of times behind where the intelligence is at already. So right. Well, it'll have backups of backups, and that's the issue. It doesn't matter if you launch an EMP. You'd have to EMP the whole planet. Yeah. And think about it this way. If you get a bug on your computer, unplugging the computer and plugging it back in doesn't get rid of the bug. So I mean, AI is going to work the same way. Like you can unplug it, but it's as soon as as soon as there's power given back to anything, it's going to be back online. So I do not promote violence on this channel of any kind or destruction of personal property. Theoretically, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Definitely be giant Faraday cage. Yep. True. Yeah. Well, think about like with some form of universal income where if you want to work and go create something and go do it, you can, but you don't have to. You're basically free. Self-determination becomes a real thing with what you do with your life. So I really think eventually it's going to be a utopia when we no longer have to work. I mean, you're free to work. You're free to develop things. You're free to become an artist and paint things and draw things. Like just because you don't have to doesn't mean you can't. Right. Yeah. And that's why I feel like eventually it's going to, there's no conclusion other than death or utopia. Like if we're still here, we're going to get to a utopia. It yeah. But the problem is for the next 15 years, it's going to be a dystopia. So that's what we've got to survive through. I think the next 15 years. No, no. Because AI is going to, the time is going to start multiplying X times X times X. I mean, like the speed in which we currently gain, like, for example, right? Like every year they come out with a new iPhone, right? So we know that the time that it takes to upgrade your camera and upgrade things on the iPhone that are minimal things, there's about a year of development and testing, and then it gets released. Well, what happens when they're creating a new iPhone every day? Yeah. But that a lot of the people working on this are saying ASI by 2027. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Right. That's why it's going to be a dystopia at first until we let the AI govern us. Once the AI is allowed to govern us, then it becomes utopia. The problem right now is power. There's not enough power. But that's what they're working on. Huh? Okay. All right. Yeah, the problem right now is there's not enough power for ASI. But that's the problem they're working on. Like these new artificial intelligence centers that they're building around the country that Trump, they're building their own nuclear power plants. Right. Right. Yeah. Like if we had the power for it, we would be there. And the 2027 is really realistic if we figure out the power. Yeah. 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 And without getting into too much of a religious discussion, but something I thought about that I found interesting. If you know the book of Revelation and you know like the story of it, when John's on Patmos in like 100 AD, he's trying to describe what he's seeing in the future based on what he already knows, and the people who will read it in his generation are able to understand. So, I mean, the descriptions aren't 100% accurate. They have a human element to them. So when you think about it, when he talks about the mark of the beast, he says your hand and your forehead. Well, if you think about that, where's your cell phone go? I mean, it might not be a mark at all. It might just be a cell phone. You know what I mean? Because you hold it in your hand and then you put it up to your head. I mean, so like this digital ID in the phones is kind of scary. Like, I don't think digital ID in and of itself is a bad thing. I think the way it's going to be used is the bad thing. Yeah. Right. Yeah, we're definitely headed for some dystopian times. And I think I was listening to one guy, he said, hang on for 10 years. If you can hang on for 10 years, AI is going to expand our lifespan 50 to 100 years. They're going to figure out the technology to expand, medicines and everything, that we're going to be able to live. The average lifespan is going to jump 50 to 100 years in the next 10 to 15 years. That creates a whole nother issue, right? People are already saying there's too many people on the planet. Well, imagine if everybody on the planet's life expectancy now is another 50 to 100 years. Like, do you think the people that think that we are just a resource suck are going to allow that to happen? But knowing the technology's out there, like, that's going to be a war right there in and of itself. Just one issue. There's going to be so many issues that we're fighting about, like, that we can't even foresee yet. No, I agree, Scriplin. There's not a lot of people in power that are resisting these changes that are coming. Or trying to figure out how to use them for good, even if not resisting them. They're just trying to figure out how to make money off of it. They're not thinking good or evil. They're just thinking, let's make money off of it. And once the technology is available, then that's when evil will use it for evil, like we do as human beings. That's what we do. But I think the biggest issue with AI right now is that people don't realize the timeline we're on. That it's here. It's there's no going back. Right. Yep. Yep. Right. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's here. It's real. And I think the government's going to be resistant to a universal income kind of thing for a while because, for example, in education, let's talk about in education. AI is eventually going to be teaching our kids. Like, you're not going to need teachers, right? I mean, it's just the way it. Why would you use teachers? I'm already using AI to create lessons. Like, I use AI to create worksheets. I tell it, hey, these 20 verbs, I want you to create 20 sentences using preterite tense, using imperfect past tense, using future, using conditional. Like, I use AI to come up with all my worksheets now. Why would I go search for worksheets online whenever I can just type into AI what I want and it creates it in 3 minutes? Like, then my time investment in lesson planning is like almost non-existent anymore. So when you get to the point that even in my field where AI is teaching, what's going to happen at first is, like, I used this scenario in the past, a train engineer. The train runs itself, but you still have an engineer there if something goes wrong, right? So you're going to have a teacher in the classroom that is kind of making sure that the kids are in line and learning and staying on task, and the AI is going to be doing all the teaching. Well, eventually they're going to figure out, why are we paying this teacher at this salary when basically what we need is just a glorified babysitter that doesn't need any education, and we can save $40,000 per staff member? Well, it just makes sense that that's the direction you go, right? So then you just have non-qualified people in those positions, and there's no need for teachers anymore. So So for a while, like self-driving cars, they're going to keep truck drivers in the trucks for a little while in case something goes wrong. So while they're doing that, the government's not going to put in a universal income. In the IT field, like you might need 1 out of every 5 people needs to stay with the company to kind of take over supervisory roles, but the AI is doing the work. So while that's still the case, the government's going to resist universal income, but we're going to get to a point quick where they realize that that's not even needed. AI can supervise itself. And that's when all of a sudden there's not going to be any jobs and there's not going to be a system in place because government moves slow to take care of people, and it's going to be chaos. It's going to be absolute chaos. Just put it, yeah. And that's true, Scripplin. I mean, that's going to be the point where you just download all the information. All of a sudden, you know it. Like, but then again, we get into that point. What good is information? If it's not going to help you gain a job, or it's not going to help you better take care of your house or your family, because AI is going to do all that, like, ignorance is bliss, right? Don't you want to be ignorant? Like, if you didn't need to be intelligent, isn't it a better life to be ignorant? And just be happy-go-lucky and not worry about anything? Like, oh man, the road ahead is so uncertain. Like, why would you put a chip in your brain that makes you more intelligent if there's no benefit to being more intelligent? And the problems we're talking about today are just the problems we can see with our human intelligence. The problems that are really going to be crazy are the ones that we can't even imagine right now. We're not intelligent enough as a human race to even see the problems that are ahead. Which is kind of what I was saying earlier, that we're seeing everything from a human perspective, where AI is not going to have those constraints. It's crazy. It's cray. You head down this rabbit hole, man. It's crazy. Yep, incredibly uncertain times for sure. And this is why I think, and even, I mean, I've never hid, I have faith. I'm a Christian. I'm a Christ follower. And I don't have a problem with that, with what I'm about to say. I think this is why we're living in a simulation. I think without a doubt we are in a simulation right now. I think the idea that there's a greater intelligence that's created us for that greater intelligence benefit is a Christian worldview, right? And if we're on the verge of already creating this AI, that the best place to be is going to be in a simulation, why haven't we already done, like, we're already there. We're already in the simulation. We're just figuring it out in the simulation now. Like, it's crazy, man. And the more and more technology breaks through, the more and more I'm convinced we're in a simulation. Where is this treasure at? What the heck? It's It's all the way down here, probably. Big deal. Svedin! For real. Svedin, you are a big deal, no doubt about it. Re-elected 6-term Junkieville politician. Take that hype bike for a cruise around Twitch. Get out there, represent all the awesome folks in the community. Welcome back. Incredibly uncertain times ahead, and we're living in a simulation. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't worry about it. I'm just aware of it. We were talking about an interesting idea. I was talking about it. I don't know if anyone was in agreement or not. The idea that we're not going to need future teachers started the conversation. And then I think Skriplin said, you know, or Rue said, one of them said, what do we need school for whenever we just put a chip in our brain and we have all the knowledge downloadable access? And that led me to the thought, why do we even want more intelligence? If it's not beneficial for a job or to protect our family or for our own survival, like, what's the benefit of gaining more intelligence? Why would we even want to be more intelligent? If bliss is happiness and ignorance is bliss, then why would we want to become more intelligent? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, why would you want to? Good morning, Lou. How are you, brother? Good to see you. Lou says AI will never subjugate humans. Any self-aware species will never fully submit. AI will understand this. Also, for AI to try to subjugate humans, it will need a physical form, which it will need humans to get. But an AI would also understand that a physical form is inefficient. It breaks down too fast. Biological human form breaks down too fast, not a synthetic one. Yeah. Well, your argument of why we don't go around and kill all the anthills is that we're too lazy. Why, if there's no motivation to become more intelligent, why would we? We're lazy by nature. Yeah. Yeah. You don't need to read and write. AI does it all. And good morning, Marina. I hope you're well. Yeah. Sweat G, hush. Immersion, you're surrounded by it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not sure how we got on this, Lou, but yeah, you're welcome. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh, yeah, yeah. But yeah, I think the most eye opening, and I keep coming back to this thing that I'm learning about AI is how far down the road it is. Like it's so far down the road already that it's too late to stop it. And just like Gorilla said, the increases to the technology are so exponential at this point that it's quickly becoming uncontrollable. The only thing holding it back right now is power. And as soon as we give it enough power, which they're creating nuclear power plants at all these AI facilities to run their own AI, and like that is Trump is pushing that because he sees the benefits, maybe not the dangers. That's going to be by 2020, by 2030 for sure. All the power is going to be online, and then just strap in because things are going to be changing so fast that our heads are literally going to be spinning. Mm-hmm.
Something you like?
Well, your whole life's going to be an ARPG. We're all going to live in the metaverse, man. Maybe not Facebook. Meta's metaverse, but like we're going to strap in and all be in our own metaverse, man.
You're an awful man. You are truly a disappointment with all the burgundy.
Oh yeah, min-maxers' heads are going to explode. They're going to stop playing games. You're just going to sit and watch the game.
Thank you, Survivor. Check back soon. I get new merchandise daily.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it'll just be us that enjoy the grind that'll still be playing games. Min-maxers will no longer play games. What's up, Pikey? Oh, yeah, they do that with phone games now. Yeah. No. Well, we still will, because we still enjoy the grind and playing the game. Yeah. Yeah. And how is that different than the Matrix? I mean, you can see how you just lay in your tube and provide energy. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. 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 You really want to blow your mind? The person's not there until you look at them. They're rendered in when you look at them, just like games now. Like my wall to the left is not there until I turn and look, and now it's there. So those NPCs aren't there until you look at them. That's crazy, right? What do you mean? You have to interact with it for it to be there. So if I throw a punch, it'll be there because I've just, huh? Yeah, interacting with it, of course. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if we truly live in a simulation, then there are NPCs, and they only render in when we interact with them, whether through sight or we hear them or we touch them or whatever, through our 5 basic senses. No, there's a proximity code in there. So in order to have a living, live, vibrant world, there has to be some type of proximity that you become within a proximity of a certain area. It spawns X amount of people in. And then you're hearing their chatter and everything else. Of course. That's a form of interaction. It's physical interaction. I mean, you came into that area. But that's only for things that, like a wall doesn't make noise until you interact with it, right? So, I mean, we're talking about like people. Well, I'm sure in your metaverse, you could tell the AI that that's what you wanted and that's what it would do. Lou says AI doesn't really exist. I don't know how I feel about that, Lou. That shit crazy. Like I said, I use AI to do all my worksheets and lesson plans now, so I know it exists in some form because I use it on a daily basis. Now, if you're talking about artificial general intelligence or artificial specific intelligence, then we could definitely see. I could see that point. But artificial specific intelligence is definitely a real thing because I interact with it daily. In a square table, dynamic data cubes could be generated. Like I said, the definition of artificial general intelligence is so broad. Like I'm of the opinion that it's already here because it's already smarter than I am. And so my definition of artificial general intelligence is smarter than the highest human IQ. Right? Hey, my IQ's above 70, I guarantee it. Unless that's what Mama meant when she said I was special. So my opinion of artificial general intelligence is it's already here. Because it can compute things, just anything, a lot faster and more accurately than I can. Right, Mikey? Marka. Yeah, no. We get new viewers all the time. I mean, at least one a month. So you gotta let them know. Yeah. Till March at least. Yeah. Yeah. Per season. There we go. Yeah. It's an interesting conversation that there are no clear answers for yet, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because we can't fathom it until it renders in. Once it renders in, then we can interact with it and try to gain some kind of understanding of it. Because we're no longer the creator. We're replacing ourselves as creator, which has never happened in human existence. What's up, Spox? Yeah. Well, 1,000 years is like a day, so technically we're already there, so it's all good. That's why happiness is bliss. I mean, ignorance is bliss. Thank you, Lou. Thank you. And thank you, Spox. A little more light? What do you mean? But I got a mining helmet on. Mining helmet on. What do I need torches for? Oh. Roadrunner, what's going on, brother? Spox is an alien reading your thoughts. Yeah. Found a game, indie cheap. Surrounded. Okay. Problem is I don't have a lot of time to game right now. That's why I haven't been streaming. I mean, I've been gaming just a couple hours, a couple days a week. This teaching schedule this year is just absorbing all my time. Yeah. Yeah. You know, because you're communicating in not your base language every time you're hanging out on Twitch. But when you're working with two languages, it exhausts your brain quicker, right? I come home and I'm brain dead. And that's even worse than my normal low IQ self. So imagine me with no brain cells functioning, firing. It'd be some bad streams. Yeah, full day this year, Roadrunner. I started on September 8th. The Spanish teacher in Basergas district is out with cancer, and while she's going through a treatment regimen until March. So I'm back in the classroom till March. I'm a high school Spanish teacher, Spox. Third year, third different school, because they keep offering me full-time positions, and I keep saying, no, I'm done teaching. But then fall rolls around and I end up teaching somewhere else. Oh, I need my other coat. So yeah, I was supposed to be done after last year, and then this need arose, and of course I said yes. I'm a trophy husband. That's what he's trying to say. With Google Translate for sure. You're learning some Spanish, Fox? Awesome. First 5 weeks with your students, how's it going this year, Roadrunner? You got a good group or you got a mixed batch? I was saying earlier, I'm teaching a little different than their regular Spanish teacher. I'm doing more of an immersion study. So the kids are still excited right now for me after 5 weeks, but try to keep that excitement going as long as I can because it makes teaching a whole lot easier when the kids want to learn it. Mixed. You got that first year Spanish rolling, Lou. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? There's a great YouTube video with first year Spanish students. It's called First Year Spanish Love Song. If you haven't seen that on YouTube, it's hilarious. Dude's trying to romance a girl using all of his Spanish 1 knowledge. Just throwing out ¿Dónde está el baño? And ¿Puedo ir al baño? And ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? It's hilarious. Duolingo Spox? Yeah. It's funny because the way he's trying to romance her just makes it hilarious. Yeah. So like last year I taught part-time. I only had 4 classes and I didn't go in. I went in half a day. Where this year I have 7 classes and I'm there all day. So a little bit different than it was last year. Last year I was able to keep the stream going every day despite teaching, where this year I just don't have the brain capacity. I would like to get back to like 2 or 3 days a week and then the weekends, but we'll see how it goes from now till March. I am. Yeah. Right. Well, that's why I say the school board approved her sabbatical through the whole entire school year. But she's wanting to be back in March, so we'll see how it goes. I mean, you're dealing with cancer. You just never know how it's going to go, right? Sometimes the treatment makes you worse than the disease. Yeah. Yeah, it might be a thing where she comes back 2 days a week during, you know, after March, and I'm still there 3 days a week or something, you know. Yeah, yeah. Again, we're talking about that human need for purpose, right? I mean, if she didn't, even if like she's getting her pay, she's getting her benefits, so there's no need to come back. But what would drive her to come back in March is that human desire for purpose, which kind of leads into the AI thing where you can do like once AI is doing everything, you don't have to do anything, but you're still going to want to do something that gives you purpose. So everything you do will be what you choose to do rather than what you have to do. So we're still going to create things. We're still going to work and do things. People are still going to have gardens. Right? Whatever you feel gives you purpose, you're free to do it. Right. Hey, Rack. Hope you're well, man. Right. And I think I think you will, because I think, like I said, we need purpose. We crave purpose. Just the human species. So even if people don't have to do stuff, they're going to continue to do stuff. Like, and another example is me streaming. I don't have to stream, but I enjoy streaming if I'm not teaching, and it gives me some purpose, a reason to get up every day, and you know what I mean? Well, based on the last 3 years when I was done teaching, and I've been in a classroom the last 3 years, I would say that's the way it's gone, whether... Yeah. My point is, people are going to find stuff to do that gives them purpose, whether they have to do it or not. Yeah. Arcs. How many people own an arc? Yeah, yeah. My aunt that was at a party just went to the hospital. She found out. Oh, dude, I'm sorry to hear that, Roadrunner. Ugh. Did you want to say hi, Bully? They haven't seen you in a while. Up here. Up here. Tell them hi. Don't spill my coffee, okay? Copper. It's such a different game when they're walking than when they're running. It's so chill when the zombies are walking. Ouch, mama. Yep, right, Tinka. Thank you for that follow. Rubber side down, chrome side up. Welcome to the community. So let's talk about another uplifting subject now that we've beat the AI horse to death for the last 2 hours. World War III. How close are we? What is going on, man, with these drones all over these European cities? Are they Russian? Are they aliens? What's happening? Yeah. We're already out in World War III. A breath away. Dude, you can't puke through the door. Peace. Europe has it worse besides Ukraine. It looks to me like certain governments are doing everything they can to get us into World War III. That's what it looks like to me as an outsider, not a European. And that begs the question, if that's the way things appear, why would they want to get us into World War III? Maybe that's their answer to AI. Just nuke the world and you don't have to worry about it. Which leads to another interesting question that only the future can answer. When we get to the point that we no longer need resources, materials to create things, things are basically created out of thin air because AI's figured that out, will there still be humans fighting humans? Or do we only fight over limited resources? Right. Right. So will there still be scuffles or wars? Yeah. No, I don't disagree. I think It's in our, well, Cain killed Abel, right? I mean, it's in our nature. We're natural born killers by nature. Yeah. UK, France, Germany, some Baltic states. Hey, you have to thank Roadrunner for that, actually pushing his button last night. Heard me this morning, opened, hop in. Welcome in, Tinka. Not just his butt, but the whole button. Well, you see, when a man and a woman love each other, Cyrus. When a mommy and daddy fall in love. Well, it would apply to anything with a button. We're a creative race. We're a creative species. If there aren't natural things that push buttons, we find other things to push the buttons. It was a Twitch button, Cyrus. Come on. Why'd you lead us down that road? Sometimes it's a lot of fun when the button twitches. Yeah. Military summary for an in-depth view. Yeah, there's no doubt. It's just how far will it escalate? But there's no doubt we're already in a minimum a proxy war, and I think it's gone further than that. Whoa, how many cops are in this house? Missed the Dunkin' Donuts sign on the front of this house. What the heck is going on? Oh, maybe that's what it was. It's a bunkhouse for cops. All right, run away from the house. Over here. There's another. What the heck is going on? I think these cops are glitched. No, it's just what I do. That tells me I've already looted it when I run by it. Yeah, but I got tons of resources. I'm just playing the game, man. I'm not min-maxing it. What happened to my door? Apparently. Who busted that door open? Wrong door, buddy. That's right. Can't wait till I find a wrench book so I can just use the wrench for everything. Trying to not use it. Yet to be determined. You could be right, and you could be wrong. It just may be a lunatic you're looking for. Interesting thought. Why they're pushing everyone into the cities. Easier to deal with them. Yeah. That's how you go from 8 billion people to 1 billion. Like a certain entrepreneur said needs to happen. I only heard your boss saying it, but I'm sure more have said it. Yeah. Special Operation X, nice box. Glad I hate cities hurting for AoE specs. Yep. But that's what doesn't... The contradictions drive me absolutely insane, right? Because they're creating the technology where, you know, everything you need can just be delivered by a drone. So it doesn't matter where you live. And then you take into account of jobs are in the cities. Well, their technology is pushing to the point that no one's going to have a job. So therefore you can spread back out throughout your countries again and don't need to be centralized in cities. And then you say, well, for medical reasons, you'll still want to be. Well, then you'll have like old timey doctors that live in towns and pay house visits, just like there used to be. So like the contradictions from the people who are in charge just drive me absolutely nuts. Either you're trying to herd us together to kill us, or you're trying to get AI to take over the... Like, Do you not see how one of your ideas is working against your other one? Like, I lose sleep at night trying to figure out what they're doing because they do one thing that leads one direction and they do something else that leads completely in the total opposite direction. And I'm kind of like, what in the heck is going on? Yeah. Again, proving my point that ignorance is bliss, right? So if you don't have to gain intelligence for any reason, why would you want to? If all of your needs are met, including security needs by AI and needs for your family, security needs for your family, why would you want to gain intelligence when you know it's just the more you learn and the smarter you get, the more it's going to make you miserable? Mm-hmm. Right. 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 We don't know. It's AI. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. That's why they're saying if you hang on for another 10 years, there's a good chance your life expectancy is going to increase by 50 years. If you can make it 10 more years. Mm-hmm.
You want to help me find my nuts?
Here's how I think about it, right? So for example, let's say concrete, right? You need stone and ash and you can make concrete, right? So you need to burn something to get the ash and you need to harvest the stone from the earth. So the earth's providing a resource, right? So that's currently how we understand how you get concrete or sand and ash. And, you know, it depends what kind of concrete, how good a quality concrete you need, but you can basically get concrete with ash and stone, right? So right now, we require physical resources to get those, right? But think about 3D printing. What are they using to create things that the 3D printer creates right now? Right. Right. But it's creating it in a different way, right? Than we would do it as a human. Well, it's not not getting a hoe and throwing a pile of ash into a pile of gravel and then mixing it together and making, like, it might still be using the same resource, but the methods are different that it's creating it, right? Okay. Track. Hold on a minute. Track with me. Okay. So if right now we as human beings have figured out how to make things using different techniques, right? What's to say that if we were more intelligent, we could figure out how to make those things using different resources? And then eventually, one of the resources that we figured out that you make everything from is basically just the air, that we no longer have limited resources. I can see where that happens because I can see how human evolution has changed. Fire. How do we make fire these days? Now I can flick a lighter and I have fire. I don't have to rub sticks together. Right. But I'm not rubbing two sticks together. The method has changed. The method has changed. Okay. Right. So we figured out how to use different resources to get the same results. Or better results. I mean, at the end, you have fire, right? I mean, you quantify what kind of fire, right? So we, with our limited IQs, have already figured out how to use different resources to arrive at the same product. We figured out how to use different methods to arrive at the same product. Okay? Now, let's say a really intelligent human being, which there are few of, has an IQ of 200. Agreed? Okay. We're talking about AI right now that is on the verge of having an IQ of 4,000. And that's going to exponentially grow. So if we can figure out how to use different resources and different methods with our very limited IQ, shoot, man. No, you said how, you can't fathom it. I'm addressing your comment on you can't fathom because we're not there yet. Right? Like, you don't know. From nothing. Yeah. Right. Which are finite resources. Right. No. Because AI is going to figure out how to multiply the resources as well. Like, for example, the way that we harvest wood, right? We harvest wood by cutting down trees and planting trees. But the problem is we have to be careful how much we harvest because there's a time element involved for the tree to grow, right? Okay. Well, if AI figures out how to grow a tree in a day, then that's no longer an issue. So you have unlimited supply of wood. And it's going to figure that out with all resources. Well, now we got hydroponics. You don't even stick vegetables in the ground. Yes, right now we are limited by our own thinking capabilities of coming up with what those resources are. Yep. Yep. And when you figure out how to grow sugar in a day, like you have unlimited resources that are finite are going to become infinite. But we have so much open space on this planet that we don't use. The only reason we don't develop it is because, one, we don't have the money or the energy to develop it, one or the other. And money, not having the money leads back to not having the energy. Because if we had limitless energy, then we... Yeah, but there don't have to be queries everywhere. We're limited by the depth we can go based on our machinery and based on what, you know, the heat. The lower you go towards the core, then the more heat there is. Like they can be deeper. They don't have to be more of them. Yeah, right. The pressure. I mean, the ocean has limitless resources that we can't even explore because of limitations on biological limitations. So what happens whenever we have all the resources of the ocean available because we no longer have the biological limitations? AI doesn't. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's yet to be determined. There's no way to know. I could see where it doesn't. Yeah. Hold on a sec. We're getting raided, junkies. It's a Frantic Dan raid. Fire up those hype bikes, roll out into the streets, and greet the raiders as they roll in. Welcome in, Dano and the raiders. All right. How are you, Dan? How was your stream? What are you up to? How's stuff and things? Monster, welcome in. How are you, Monster? If y'all aren't following Dan yet, click on the heart at the top of chat. Get notified when he goes live. You have a good time over there. 7 Days to Die Guru. Welcome in, Raiders. We are talking AI and World War III and just all kinds of crazy stuff this morning. So pull up a chair and stay a while. All right. Yeah, we're really... so what were you saying? Right. Right. Yeah, because the exponential growth of intelligence for the AI, it's like it's going to take no time at all to come up with those answers that we can't even imagine that are questions right now. Right. Power's the issue right now. Once we in our human abilities figure out how to get enough power for the AI to figure out how to get more power, it's over. It's gone. Like, it's going to happen so quick. That's why I was saying, that's why they're projecting somewhere between 2027 and 2030, because that's going to be the point that with the current developments, there's enough power for the AI to be able to process enough data to be able to figure out how to get more power on its own. Yeah. Right. But I think that, yeah. I don't know. Everything's hypothetical we're talking about, right? We don't know. We don't know. But I could see where that is a very quick transition. Like, you know, I don't even know the time frame, but quick. Right. That's that exponential growth that I'm not intelligent enough and I haven't done the models to see how fast that really is, but I hear all the experts saying it's really fast. And I believe them. Yeah. Well, I mean, think about just with our intellect, like we said, the really intelligent human being, which there aren't a lot of them, is a 200 IQ, right? Think of how fast technology has exponentially grown since 1970, right? I mean, since 1970, every 10 years, the growth is just exponential in our technology with our IQ. Now imagine, yeah. Sure. Because with that technology, we've exactly what we're saying. You don't need to know how to grow a garden. So why would you learn how? When AI's doing everything, that's that question, why would you gain more knowledge? I mean, we could say historically, if we don't need the knowledge, we don't pursue it as a human race. If there's not some benefit to it, whether it be financial or personal security or whatever, even if there's knowledge that could be beneficial to us, like planting a garden, we save money, we know where the food's coming from. Because there's an easier way to do it, we don't pursue the knowledge. So, dude, we are headed uncertain times for sure, but you can definitely predict where we're headed. No, I mean, if a perpetuum mobile is invented today, energy companies will make it forbidden by any cost until they're no longer in control. And the problem is their pursuit of more is leading them down the road where they're not going to have control. And by some AI experts, they've already lost control. Their pursuit of more has already led them down the road where they've lost control. Why a lot of the AI developers are leaving AI development and starting up these AI security firms, because they know that it's already too late. Because if we don't do it, a company in China is going to do it. That's what's going to make corporations do it. And everybody, they're greed, they want to be first. Because if you're not first, then you lose out on the market. Yeah. Yeah, or Russia, or, you know, I mean, because we have these countries, everyone needs to beat the other country. So, yes, absolutely. So there's no stopping it. We've already crossed the line, the point of no return. It's not a matter of will it happen. It's just a matter of how long is it going to take at this point. And the one hurdle they haven't overcome yet is energy. Yeah. And they're starting to figure that out. Well, yeah, it's allowing for these conversations, right? The fact that they're being slowed down by energy a little bit. Uncertain times. And like I said, I think it's eventually going to lead to a utopia. The problem is, can you live long enough through the dystopia till we get to the utopia? It's eventually going to lead to a world where you only have to do what you want to do. I think it has to. Like, well, it's that or death. It's that or it's going to kill us. And people are divided. And there's a definite possibility for both, I think. Yeah, but then technically it killed us, right? Because it forced Christ's return. Because we're no longer in this physical realm. So is that not death? It's yeah. There's a whole bunch of interpretations there. So we go down that road. Yeah. Yeah. But either way, I mean, there's basically two conclusions. And I heard one AI guy talk about why is everybody fixated on global warming? Whether you agree it's an issue or it's not an issue, why are we wasting our time with it? Because either AI is going to kill us before the world melts down, or AI is going to figure out the solution. I mean, it's that simple. I mean, so why is that the topic of conversation? Because it should be, how far do we push AI, and what are the limitations, and how can we create walls of defense, and like those need to be the conversations, but they're not the conversations. So back to all the drones over all these European cities. What's everybody's perspective? What are they? Are they a state actor drones? Are they UFOs? Are they friendly? Are they just doing them to themselves to create an excuse to go into war? Mm-hmm. European and Russian drones, Russian-looking drones. The war's been dirty from the start. Yeah. Well, there's no goal other than to win. There's no fair fight. There's no such thing as a fair fight. Yeah. Right. Of course, yeah. Well, there's no prize other than to win. So it doesn't matter how you get to that outcome. Yeah. But those are evaluations that have to be made before you enter the war. Once you're in the war, you win or you lose. That's it. End of story. Yeah. Yeah. And it's interesting though, because I'm sitting here thinking a little bit, you know, every war, there's a winner and a loser, period. So you're fighting to be the winner, right? Well, couldn't you win by just taking out the one waging war? Why are they looking to initiate a war instead of operations to eliminate the current leadership? Like, that's like, isn't that a quicker, better, more certain outcome? It makes you wonder what, you know, there is a gentleman's code at the beginning of a war, even through the war, that you don't take out the leaders. Which, yeah. But I think they're trying to do it through the economy. They're trying to get the people to raise up to do it. Yeah, I don't disagree with that, Tink. I don't think any people want war. It's leaders that want war. Some of them, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and that's not even to say which leaders are responsible for the war. The bottom line is most people don't want war, period. Yeah. At the cost of how many more children, though? I don't think they all do. I think there's some that do. Yeah, yeah. Pushed into war, yeah. Yeah. And there were definitely valid reasons for Russia to be upset at the beginning of this war. Of what was happening with NATO and lines and boundaries and where you were putting weapons and being so... There were definitely valid reasons. However, they've lost those reasons by the way that they've conducted the war. Well, even like just the indiscriminate bombing of buildings. Like the way that you conduct a war, you lose the opportunity to make a valid argument. Yep. Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, like, war, the goal's to win, but you lose the ability to make an argument, is my point. Once the shooting starts, you've lost the ability to say you were right on the initial argument. Yes. Oh, I agree. No, that's why you want to win, because you want to write the history of the war. Right. Once you start throwing fists, you lose the ability to win the verbal argument or to validate your reasons for needing to throw the fists. Unless you win. Unless you knock the other guy out, then now you're the only one talking. Right. Which is basically war. All right, Gorilla. Well, that leads us back to the conversation we were having an hour ago. Will we still fight? Even though we don't need to fight. I think we will. Yeah. I agree at a human level, but I think nations war for resources primarily. I mean, there are exceptions to that. Like it could be said that there's Middle Eastern countries, one in particular I'm thinking of, that is ideologic in its reasons to wage war. But for the most part, countries wage war for resources, and if there's no longer a need to seize those resources, would countries still wage war, or would it just be little sex fighting here and there? Right. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, Tink, I agree. I mean, without a doubt, we said this earlier, Cain killed Abel. So I mean, brother's gonna fight brother, period. That I mean, on a micro level, we're gonna still fight each other. But the question is, will it be on a macro level where governments are fighting, sending troops to die? I'm not sure the answer on that yet. I mean, I think Cyrus makes a good point, but if there's no economy driven by finite resources, then will governments fight each other? I don't know. Other than for ideological reasons, like religious reasons, or that. Yeah. Well, that's where it's a hard time visualizing a utopian world because of human nature. AI has to roll over us or we'll kill each other. Right, to the degree that it needs to prevent us from killing each other. There you got it. For our own good, our own benefit, it enslaves us. Now we're thinking. Yep. Yep. And we're talking about exponential IQ above ours, so it sees all the ways that we are going to try to kill each other, and the only prevention for that is to lock us up. Well, no. It's the Matrix, dude. We're all going to have a pod. What a better way to lock us up and control us. We're in a pod. We put on our glasses. Yeah. Yeah. And you'll exist in a simulation within the simulation. We already do. Yeah. Well, is it though? I mean, if we could spend 20 hours a day without being tired, and we had the energy and we had the food and the supplies, would we not play New World 20 hours a day or whatever game we're playing? And we'd be happier than a pig in slop. So if the AI gave us that, would it be a miserable existence or would it be a utopia? Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, I know that battle. I've been there. But then you go for a walk, or you go do something else in the simulation besides play your favorite game. In your simulation, I mean, you would have the. But now we're talking about the nature of reality. Everything you do. No, everything you do is just an electrical transmission in your brain. Like the fact that you get satisfaction and good feelings from taking a walk. It's not the actual physical walk that does that. It's the electrical transmission that communicates to your brain that this is a pleasure. And so you experience pleasure. So if in a simulation you go for a walk, you are actually going for a walk. Especially if you say we already live in a simulation. And if you're a Christian, you agree we live in a simulation. We live in a world created by a higher intelligence, right? That's higher than us, that created us to give him glory and pleasure, right? So, I mean, the whole concept of religion, any religion really, is that we live in a simulation. Mm-hmm. Why? Oh, but what? Well, that's why we're not going to get everything in the simulation, because the AI is smart enough to figure that if we figured that out, if we get everything, then we're going to live. Then the AI is not going to give us everything, is it? Because then it'd be like a virus in the system if we had everything. Well, that will be the real. That's where. That's where we're not on the same page. The simulation is the real world. Yeah. Well, it'll be a gradual till that's all that you know. Like, for example, we don't know what the telegraph was like. We don't care. We don't miss it. But whenever the telegraph went away, there were people that used the telegraph that continued using it because that's what they knew. And yeah, which will happen. Well, even if you remind them, we're aware that there was a telegraph, but we don't long for it. Yeah. And I mean, the telegraph's a big jump. Let's go back to beepers, pagers. Everybody had a pager. We all wanted pagers. PDAs. Remember when PDAs were a thing less than 20 years ago? Everybody had a PDA. Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, eventually we grow used to the new technology and we're good with it. Yeah, the old green screen Oregon Trail. Think about it with games. You have this idea of how good a game was, then you go back and replay it, and you're like, okay, 10 minutes, this sucks, I'm out. I'm going to play the new game. Yep. It's crazy, man. We've already crossed the point of no return. That's a crazy, crazy thought. Right. Well, Christ said it's appointed for all men to die once. Right? Oh, yeah. So, I mean, even in our Christian teachings, we all experience a death. Yeah, none of us have experienced it to come back and tell us what it feels like or what it is. Right. Right. Hey, bossy. It's just like we're talking about Revelation and John trying to relate to the people of his day in 100 AD and explain what he saw in the future in a way that people would understand it in his day. He wasn't writing it for us to interpret it 2,000 years later. Right. And for the people that he was writing, that he knew in his own time, to be able to try to understand what he was saying. So when Jesus tries to explain to us eternal things, he's, you know, it doesn't mean exactly what it is, which is, herein lies the paperclip dilemma, right? We're trying to understand the ununderstandable. Who has the mind of God? Gain some level of understanding. Yeah, yeah. Right. 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 That's my problem with religion. Even though I'm a Christ follower, I would not call myself religious because I have a problem with religion, just like Jesus did. Because a religion says my interpretation based on my current knowledge is the right interpretation and yours is wrong. And it eliminates that truth that we're all limited by our current experiences. Yeah. He had a problem with religion. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. And love. Love. That's what he kept, just love each other. Love. Period. End of story. Love. Love covers a multitude of sin. The greatest gift of all is love. Love, 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 love. Stop trying to figure out the answers to everything and just love the person in front of you. Who's my neighbor? Everybody's your neighbor. Treat them as you want to be treated. Period. End of story. Love. Can't do this forever. Well, I have good news for you. No matter what your interpretation or belief is, you won't have to do this forever. That's assured. Well, I would argue that it does cover everything. It's just Jesus's love, not our own love, because our own love is flawed. For God so loved the world, he gave his only son. So I would argue that love does cover everything. Yeah. I don't know if I'd go that far, but spare the rod, spoil the child. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I know. I know. Right. But even our discipline is not from a place of true love. So, because we're incapable. But anyhow. But yeah. Yeah. Well, we don't have to achieve it, because if we did, then old JC wouldn't have had to give us the greatest example of love. If we could achieve it, then he explain what is the purpose of the cross. But anyhow, back to AI. So we got on the religious topic because, yeah. Oh, New Worlds. So Bossy, if they don't do New Worlds, if they don't spin up new servers, we all kind of want to start again anyhow, right? So I think we should just hop into an EU server from the beginning. Just pick one and spin up. Bit is the newest one. Well, if there's not a new one at release, then we'll just go, we'll hop into that one. I know we had talked about maybe hopping onto our old characters first and seeing if they spin up like an hour or two later. Last weekend. But like we were talking, like, if we hop onto our old players, we're just going to get bored and quit anyhow. So why bother? Level 10 or something. Cool. Good morning, Gamer Mom.
Good morning. Cheers. Thank you for all the great conversations and friendship.
Gaming Mom, you are a big deal, ma'am. No doubt about it. Re-elected 18th term Junkieville politician. Take that hype bike for a cruise around Twitch. Get out there, represent all the awesome folks in the community. And I hope you're well. Thank you for sharing a picture of your granddaughter yesterday in Discord, or maybe it was Friday. Have a tune on that, not high level 10. Cool. Grandson, your grandson, my bad. Needs a man bun. Yeah, but so the idea that we don't long for old technology, I think the point of that discussion was that if there is a new simulation that's created that gives us everything that this simulation gives us, plus we won't long to be out of the simulation. Well, it's the whole red pill, blue pill thing, right? I mean, that's the whole story of the Matrix. So eventually you get to the point that we're at now that you don't even realize you're in a simulation. Right. Kind of like us right now. If you believe in simulation theory right now, most people aren't aware that we're in a simulation. Yeah. Right. No, I agree, Tinka, for sure. Both pills have their challenges. Well, that's that whole ignorance is bliss thing. Once you become aware, well, life kind of gets worse, right? And the frustrations of people that aren't aware, like, is the whole Matrix, like, yeah, I think, yeah, I agree 100%. And if you're a religious or a Christian, or I would say, like I said, all religions have this idea that of a simulation, right? When you're aware that you're in a, that this isn't everything, the frustration that you experience from people who aren't aware of it can be debilitating. I mean, we see it every day. I mean, there's a religion out there right now that wants to kill everybody that's not as awake as they are, as they think they are, right? And that's from that frustration. So being awake definitely has its disadvantages, or the feeling of being awake, whether you're actually awake or not. Because in that case, we would say that they're not. People of different religions would say the other religion's not awake. Just wanted to add my thoughts, Keanu Reeves. I approve. Yeah. And like I said several hours ago, the more technology advances, the more I'm convinced that it has to be a simulation. Like, there's no way that where we're at now doesn't lead to what we've talked about it leading to. Within this simulation, we're just figuring out how to recreate the simulation. And if you're a person of faith, that should strengthen your faith. They're not opposed to each other, is my opinion. Only as needed. Yeah, but I'm guessing from what you're saying, Tinka, and everything you said, that you're a person of faith, of Christian faith. Then wouldn't you say that your awareness of the super intelligence that created you, i.e., God, and the names we've given him, makes you awake? So you haven't steered clear of it. That's where you have this very interesting overlap. Of the red pill and the blue pill, he's saying. Need to be aware that they both have their shortcomings, or steer clear of them both, but I would argue you can't. No. No. You can only, you only know there's two pills when you're aware of both. So therefore you can't. You're either ignorant or you're already aware. Right? Right. 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 Half of one pill and half of the other. Yeah. Well, that would be the option of going back to sleep, right? In the Matrix, as we're kind of correlating things and using the Matrix as a illustration. Yeah. Well, that's that guy who missed food, so he went back into the machine because he wanted to taste food again, right? From the movie The Matrix. I can't remember names anymore of characters, but yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Your answer sounds very religious to me. And I don't mean that as a slight. I just mean if you're aware of what you deem to be the truth, then you've already taken a pill. In fact. Right. Right. That's where, if I can make another biblical analogy without crossing that line into a sermon, because I definitely don't want to preach. The idea of Christ's teaching of lukewarmness, that would be the guy who went back in for the taste of food, right? It's better to be hot or cold. It's better to either accept this truth or say, no, I'm not going to accept this. But to know that's the truth and then pretend to be blind to it is your lukewarmness. Whenever it's more convenient to choose to be blind to it. Yep, and I would argue Judas is the definition of lukewarmness in the Bible. Because hot or cold is knowing or not knowing. And I would say the analogy of the guy in the Matrix, when they show him when he goes back in, he's sitting at the table and he is savoring that bite of steak, remember? He is aware that he missed the taste of the steak. So he's still aware of the life outside of the machine, is my conclusion from that. It's not spoken, but it leads you to draw your own conclusion. Yeah. You don't know it to be truth. You have a different truth. Yeah, yeah. Well, that depends on your definition of knowing. Here's where we go down the rabbit trail and we go into a sermon. Because the Bible says every man knows. Because general revelation reveals to us, even without biblical revelation, just our existence. For example, right, if you're here, you know you're breathing air and you know the possibilities and the chances for the air to be perfect to sustain life is so minuscule that there has to be an intelligent designer that created the atmosphere in such a way that we could exist. Like, that's general revelation, right? Maybe you don't know who that is, but you have to know that there's an intelligent designer that is balancing everything, right? Yeah. Yeah. And which is, it's, Cyrus is basically explaining the Christian view, not necessarily, you know, Basu, and you say you see it differently. Like, that's fine. He's just explaining to you what a Christian believes. So yeah, that's all. And what a Christian believes. So that idea of which we're talking about, a biblical concept of lukewarmness, right, has to be taken, has to be understood through the understanding of other passages of scripture, right, from a Christian perspective. So when you take into the idea of general revelation, then the biblical understanding is that all men are presented with the truth, and then they have a choice to be hot or cold. Lukewarm, meaning when it's convenient, you're awake. But anyhow, so all that was in discussion of whether or not we can choose not to take a pill, I think. That rabbit trail started with whether or not we could choose not to. Yeah. Arrow, I think he's saying. Yeah. But it's interesting. It's interesting how a discussion on AI has led into a discussion of religion. Like the two are so intertwined. No, I mean, that's why we're created to, well, that's why we yearn. Let me use terminology that doesn't offend people who don't believe like me. We have a desire within us for society. We have a desire to interact with other beings in our species, right? Like you can have a dog, you can have a cat, and that can stem that desire for a little while, but you're still going to have a desire to have conversations. Human connection, right? So this idea that AI is going to replace everything, well, that's what's still going to be missing. That's what we're going to pursue. We're going to pursue human connection. Well, I don't know. Are NPC conversations as fulfilling as real life conversations? Yeah, but isn't life just an RPG? I mean, really, yeah. 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 I mean, yeah, yeah. And grinding's not all bad. How are you, Trav? Government shutdown most talked about lately. Yeah. So even though, like, kind of going back to the last couple weeks, not having the conversation, like we're absorbing all this information from watching everything going on in the world, government shutdown, World War III, the advances in AI, whatever. But now we need to come together and process everything that we've been absorbing, and we do that through human conversation. And nobody wants to talk with a know-it-all, so why would we want to talk with AI? Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Grok, what is the atomic weight of titanium? Okay, cool. I'm done with you. Yeah. Let's go talk with somebody I can debate that may or may not be right or wrong. You know what I mean? We don't want to talk to somebody who's got all the answers. That's no fun. We want the feeling at arriving at our conclusions through our own thought process. We don't want somebody to tell us what our conclusions should be, which is the natural aversion to religion. That's why people are adverse to receiving a religious message of any kind, because the one delivering the message is saying I'm right, and the person listening going, I'll determine whether you're right or wrong. That's just human nature. That's whether you call it. I know all the Christians out there saying that's our sin nature, and I don't disagree, but just in general, that's our human nature to want to arrive at our conclusions through our own thinking process. And the best way to think is to be challenged with ideas that we haven't thought about or that are opposite of our way of thinking. Yeah, or to change them. We have to always be open to, oh, I hadn't thought about it that way. Let me think on that. Maybe I'm going to look at this differently. Yep. Based on evidences. Yeah, yeah. But we still arrive at that change through our own thinking process. We don't believe it just because we're told it. In the simplest form, that's what I'm saying. You might be right in telling me that the sun's yellow, but until I know what yellow is, and until I can observe that that's what color the sun is, I don't believe you that it's yellow. I mean, the simplest thing, that's just, we want to arrive at our own conclusions. In some way or another. Maybe not in all things. Yeah, yeah. Exactly. Exactly. And that's why I have always, well, when I was in Christian schools and when I was a pastor, I told people don't believe it because I say it. Go find the truth, or you don't own it. You don't really believe it. You're just spouting back what somebody else told you. Tell me how you arrived at that conclusion. Scientific theory. My struggle with that is, well, twofold. Not, I agree with what you're saying. That's not my struggle. My struggle with a world that ends with no consequence is that everything we've experienced in this life has consequences. Like whether I choose to eat right now. If I don't eat, then I'm going to be hungry. Like, I mean, from its simplest form to if I stick a fork in the electrical socket, it's got good potential to at least knock me out, if not kill me. Like every choice we make now has a consequence in the world that we exist in. So the world we exist in, everything has a consequence, but at the end of it, there's no consequences. I struggle with. Right. I struggle with that. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, one of the most well-known quotes from a Christian scholar, and I can't remember who said it now, but it's so true that the problem with Christianity is not that it's been tried and found lacking. The problem with Christianity is it's been left wholly untried. Meaning most people don't give it a good evaluation. Most people don't really give it an honest dive and study. Yeah, and study. Well, yeah. If you search them, you'll find them. That's the biblical teaching. Yeah. Yeah. And Bossy, I understand what you're saying there is that someone who doesn't believe doesn't care. I get what you're saying, but that's only because they're not faced in that moment with that unbelief, meaning they're not on their deathbed. So many deathbed conversions I've seen because people don't, it's hard to wrap your mind around death. Even if you're surrounded by it, even if you see it all the time, until you're actually faced with it, I would guess. I mean, I haven't been on my deathbed, so again, there's a part of this that is not through experience, but the experiences of others, not through my own personal experience. But when we're faced in those last 10 minutes of life and we know this is it, then I would say everybody thinks about it. There's nobody who doesn't think about it. Yeah. Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, and I would say that most unbelievers would feel the same way you're feeling right now. But if you know that there's another belief out there, maybe in those last 10 minutes, you cry out to Jesus. I'm praying for that, Bossy. But you're entitled to believe whatever you want to believe. Yeah. Yeah. We're going to celebrate. Call us from the other side. If she calls us from the other side and says in the last 10 minutes she decided to cry out, then yes. All right, it's been enjoyable catching up with everyone this morning. It really has, and I'm going to try to not be a stranger again. I would like to say that I'm going to try to get a couple streams in during the week this week before next weekend, but I'll definitely be back by next weekend. Hopefully the power won't be out so I can stream Saturday and Sunday morning. It was out yesterday. I was going to stream yesterday, but they finished yesterday. Yep, they finished. It came back on at about 1 o'clock, but we were already gone for the day. We left the house at like 9 a.m., went to breakfast, and then went out gallivanting. We went shopping and just went out and about 2 hours from home. So Big Sinner. So can continue. Well, thank you, Rack. I'm glad you popped in and said hello. And I certainly missed all y'all for sure. For sure. Bossy didn't, but that's all right. I missed her. I love your face, Bossy. And I'm praying for you. By the way, Bossy's been streaming more on TikTok. So if you're on TikTok, go over there and drop her a follow. What am I doing? How do I do this? Oh, I roll credits. Wait, log in. It's logged me out. And Cyrus, by the way, I still haven't put on the graphics card extender. I need to do that. I'm still using the old graphics card. Yeah, I probably need to do it this week before New World, huh? Are you working next Saturday? Maybe on Saturday after my morning stream, maybe we can hang out for a little bit and talk me through it. Yeah, if you're up whenever I get up, usually you are. Yeah, maybe before then. Cool, guys. Let's see who's out here, and let's get ready to raid out. You want me to bend over so you can help me plug it in? Is that what you're saying? I don't think so. Yeah, I'm good. Thanks. Linda's playing Titan Quest 2. Let's go see Linda. She's awesome. For those of you looking for a chill stream, she's always a chill stream. I'd say we haven't rated her in a while, but truth is we haven't rated anybody in a month. So first stream back for a month. But there's our raid call. If you want to come along with and announce your presence, you can copy and paste. Greetings from Junkieville, penguin to penguin. And I hope to see you guys this week at some point, but if not, definitely on Saturday. Stay safe out there. Keep praying. Stay prayed up. Blessings to you.